I gotta let the dog in really quick. What the? Nice. How's it going, future? No ad attacks? Oh, nice. That's right. That's right. No more Marine Corps ads for you. Ugh. Get some good water. I think maybe the quality is dropping on this stream. I think maybe it's because I got like the Kick and YouTube stream open at the same time. Well, no. Maybe like it's eating up too much bandwidth. I'm not really sure. I'm gonna close this one out. I'm gonna close this page out here. I don't need it open anyway. We'll just leave that open. I wonder if it's because I have just too much stuff open and I'm basically watching my own stream like four different. I have like four different instances of my own stream, and I wonder if it bottlenecks the internet at some point. Uh, anyway, we'll see. You guys let me know if the quality drops or whatever. We'll figure it out slowly. And by figure it out, I mean hope and wait that it doesn't, that it fixes itself. So far, so good. It must just be on my end then. I'm not really sure. Must just be something that my computer does for me. It throws me off because I keep looking over and it looks like it's 420p and I'm like, damn. This wasn't happening in the summertime. I do wish, like, the way this light is being applied through the window, I wish there was, like, a way to artificially do that. Uh, you know. You know what I might do is, like, create, like a cardboard cutout kind of a thing that put a spotlight here and then do, like, artificial, because, like, when I do the final photo, like, maybe I should do something like that where I take the photo of the picture, but I'll do light and darkness artificially kind of a thing in order to, like, instead of doing it in editing in the computer, you gotta move to the north, I guess. No, well, north is colder, right? I don't want more cold. What's that? What the? I want nice weather. I want room temperature weather all year round. That's all I'm asking for. think I gotta go lighter with the clouds. Not the clouds, but the little exhaust fan thing. Baku, Foros, how are you? I'm doing really good, thank you, thank you. What news do you have from Greece? I need news. Axurma says hey. Hey. Hey, right back at ya. How's everyone doing over there? Love your work. I appreciate that. Thank you. I just finished my breakdance session and now I'm heading to my Kuokushin dojo. What kind of a martial art is that? I did Taekwondo when I was a kid. I've never heard of a Kuokushin dojo. Tell me more about that. I only did Taekwondo and Jiu-Jitsu. Like a normal person. No, I'm just kidding. Uh, it's Baku says it's nice, and then Future Whale says nice, nice. Someone in love? What the? And it's not even Valentine's Day? Who's in love? Uh, what the? I'm in love with insectoid bugs and stuff. Baku, do you want to tell me about the martial art you're doing? I'm just sort of curious. I've never heard of Koyokushin Dojo. Nice. Sort of curious. Ooh, spam detected. Nice. Air stare. It's a type of karate that isn't like other karates. It's more like kickboxing. That's why I prefer it as a Kuokushin. Ah, I see. Nice. Yeah, understandable. Nice. Well, I just wanted to stop by and say hi. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Baku. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Thank you for the news. I guess people in Greece are doing all kinds of stuff. Look at that. Breakdancing and Koikushin dojos are popping open. Breakdancing, learning to break legs, taking lunch breaks, and breaking stuff in general. It does sound like he has a lot of stuff on his plate. That's why they don't make a fix-it karate. My favorite kick in Taekwondo was that switch kick where you like lift your knee up really fast, and then so the perception is the kick is gonna be like a front kick, right? And then you pivot your hips and kick him to the head. Bro, you can get just about anybody with that. It's not a very powerful kick because you're kind of losing a lot of momentum when you're doing like the hip switch, but you can get pretty good with it, and it's a nasty little kick, bro. Right to the head, right to the side of the head. it's gonna come in handy when we all become action movie stars. Like, why would we all become action movie stars? I did sleep in today. I woke up, but I woke up at about 7, but I realized I needed like more sleep, and then I went back for another, I don't know, 2 hours maybe. Or when the Marines get us to join, bro. I don't know. I'm 35. I don't think I can. You know what I mean? I just don't have that internal like desire to do that yelling and running. I don't know. You'd be I think you'd be wasting your time trying to put me in that role at this point. I'm just not in the right state of mind to go through all that. Like, I'm too used to like the sitting in the chair life. So I need like a nice little desk job. You know what I mean? Shuffling papers around. I'll draw. You know what I can do? I can draw like propaganda for the Marines. You guys want me to draw some propaganda for you? I'll do that. Leave me out of the. I like guns and stuff. I like all that, but it's just I just know that I'm not if I was like younger, you know what I mean? Just like I just know what it is. Like I just don't. I'm not a. Um, propaganda. Yeah. Put me in the propaganda department. Do you remember that movie, what was that? Full Metal Jacket or something like that? Was it about the Vietnam? And they did the whole training sequence, and the guy got the photographer role or something, like he was in the like not propaganda, but what is it called? Not news, but it's like documentation or something. And then everyone else was like infantry, and then he got put me in the not infantry. It's just like I've seen some of the footage that's coming out of Ukraine, and like it looks like Modern Warfare. You just get a drone just deletes you on the battlefield. Put me in the not the infantry version of Modern Warfare. Yo, Woos. Come here, baby. Aww. With the nasty drool. Thank you. Aww. Here you go. Here you go, baby. What you doing? Oh, thank you for the drool. Why are you drooling? Could be rabies. Just kidding. Do people drool, or does rabies cause you to drool a lot? Uh, Let me come right back. I gotta do something really quick. Be right back. Carolina. Hi everyone, how are you? We're doing great, thank you, thank you. What's for lunch? What time is it? I just ate. Probably just beef and cheese. I don't know. It's the same eggs. That's kind of like what I rotate. I'm almost running out of the dry fish thing, so. Turkey salmon for me made at home. Salmon, turkey slash salmon made. Mmm, nice. I'm telling you, I just throw beef. Like, I just buy like these like packages, sandwich. Yeah, I just buy these packages of like meat, and then like I throw that into the like air fryer, and then like I just have eggs, and then that, and then maybe some sauerkraut just as a sort of a lubricant to like help all the other food go down faster. Like that's it. It's a very simple routine for me, and then I do that after the stream. I just eat twice a day like that. Pretty small meals too. I'm not like a big meal guy, but like two to three eggs, you know, some meat, and then maybe sour, maybe sometimes if I really feel like tasting something else, but usually not. Season, like a pinch of seasoning to the meat. And that's just every day. Just rinse and repeat. Coleslaw. Yeah. I did make a couple of eggs sunny side up to the sandwich. Yeah. Yep. Although last night I did eat like a pretty sizable chunk of cheese. Like I bought one of those like what do you call it? Like a pepper jack cheese. And sometimes I'll just eat that. If I'm like really lazy, I'll just go like a rat. I'll just go like break off a piece of that and just eat it. And it was all right. It was like a little too spicy to eat it by itself, but whatever. Maybe that's why I didn't sleep. So maybe that's why I had to sleep extra, because it's like, I don't know. Maybe it was too much spicy cheese. This turkey said best if used by October 24th of October. But it's still good. Yeah, I've never, I'm sure I've eaten food that went past the due date because I never check any of that stuff. So, but that's just my style. I'm just not very, you know. So you made beef jerky? Uh, no, but I do have some. I do have some pork that's frozen that I need to unfreeze and cut up and season and put in the air fryer. Right now, I gotta finish up that. Right now, I'm kind of storing that dry fish in the air fryer just because it has shelves and I can close it. But once I polish that off, I'm gonna cut up that pork. I need to cut it a little bit thinner this time because last time it took forever to dry off because I made the chunks too big. This time I'm gonna cut it up like real thin and salt it a little bit more. It seems like pork, you can salt it till you're blue in the face and it kind of sucks it up. Whereas like beef, you put one drop more of salt on that thing and it turns into like this inedible thing. You gotta be really careful with beef. It doesn't suck up the salt like pork does. That's at least my experience, but I try to keep dried meat in the house somewhere at all times. I don't know how you people live without dried meat to chew on. I've never had like really good success with beef drying. Always pork is super easy. Can't mess it up. Even when it gets way too dry, it's still kind of delicious. Whereas beef, it's very, very touchy. So, I don't know. You gotta be like an expert. You gotta like learn the craft and, I don't know. Go find someone that does it in the mountains and they'll give you their secrets, I guess. I'll have to look it up. Yeah, I just do. There's a dehydrator mode on most air fryers, and I have two. And I just throw it in little chunks, seasoned, and then like you go to the not the air fry mode, but the dry mode or whatever, and it lets you go down to 90 degrees, and that's where I do mine. If you do the default 165, it'll actually cook the meat, and you're not gonna get that like dry meat. You're gonna get the meat is actually gonna get cooked at that temperature. It's gonna look like that white chicken inside, or you know how pork is like when you cook it. You don't want that. You don't want to cook the meat. Well, at least for what I'm trying to do, you don't want to cook the meat. Well, do what you want, but I'm just saying like the way I do it is I want the meat to be dry, not cooked. And so I'll just throw it in there for like 10 hours and it slowly dehydrates. But you know, meat does have, you know, it's not entirely safe because it's like you aren't cooking the meat technically. You if there is a parasite in there, you're gonna get it and you're gonna take care of that. But I don't super worry about that aspect. But just something to keep in mind if you're doing that constantly, you're not actually cooking the meat, then you know. But I do what I do, and I don't apologize for it. Just be careful out there, you know. if you're drying your meat, you better kind of know what you're doing. There's no way to dry meat and not take that risk, but worst case scenario, we end up like you, a famous Twitch artist? Hmm. There's a lot of roofers fishing roofs all over, including my neighbor. I think by this time next year, those labor force costs will double. That's all I'll say, just my thought. My roof probably has got like another 5 years to it. I'm not super worried. Me and my dad have done roofs before. Well, one roof, and it did leak. We had to patch it back up because we fucked it up. But if you ignore the leaks, we did just fine. And you know, I don't know. I think I'll just do it. I'm just gonna take it super chilly, and then like what I'm gonna do is if I need to do the roof, I'll just kind of buy, use my Kia and go get one bundle and just take my time get all the materials together and just kind of take it one day at a time. And you know, I'm not gonna make a big fuss about it. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna do it myself somehow or something. That is one thing that like you kind of that they don't tell you. Well, they do tell you, but like reality about having not my house isn't big, but like when you like think about it, when time comes due to like heat your giant house or replace the roof and all this kind of stuff and yada yada, it ends up kind of like you end up kind of realizing that like a tiny house is like awesome. And like I don't even use most of my like upstairs. I don't even. It's mostly storage upstairs, and it's like I could have just not had those things. It's like you really, honestly, don't need that much space, is what I initially thought. As much as I initially thought. Keep that in mind for those who haven't bought a house. Yeah, you can live inside of, especially if you're like a male and you're just like living by yourself, bro. You can live inside of like a hole and you'll be fine. You just need enough space really for you need enough space to get your nice computer set up in there. Other than that, you really don't. You know. Okay, sports fan, got a meeting for work. Got a meeting for work. Gotta get ready. Maybe shave. Ah, nice. Talk to you at 2 something p.m. Okay. About an hour meeting. Lex is the corgi. You know why it's so difficult for a beginner to understand the concept of texture? I keep mixing it up with a texture as not form. Nice. Do you have any advice for learning to do textures for a complete beginner? Um, Not really. Not right off the top of my head. I'll probably remember something later tonight when I'm thinking about it, but off the top of my head, no. No, I don't think I do. Slipknot fan says hi. Hi. How's it going? So what's the flavor of these pustules? To us, I think that like kind of tastes like raspberries. Kind of a raspberry lemony flavor. Yeah. Can't believe there's no raspberry emoji. Yeah, that is odd. I would have thought there definitely would be. I got blueberry though. Nice. It does. Maybe they look like more like blueberries. Maybe I expected the Mandela effect because Raspberry Pi has a Raspberry logo. You know what? One time I bought a Raspberry Pi, or maybe I bought the like a. I don't know. I couldn't even get it to turn on. I don't know why I bought a Raspberry Pi, but it was like a USB powered and never even got it to work. Maybe now that I'm thinking about it, I hope I didn't throw it away. Maybe it's because I was running the USB from PC. And maybe that doesn't have, because I've had the issue with like one of my USB powered monitors, like the one I'm looking at right now, is I plugged it into the back of the PC and every time the screen would try to like show what the computer was showing, it would turn off because it wasn't drawing enough power from the USB from the motherboard. So it was maybe that maybe that's what was the issue, is I just like didn't give it enough power, and I'm like, stupid Raspberry Pi, you're stupid. What the? I don't know. I don't even know why I bought one. Not like I was gonna. I don't know. I literally have no idea why I bought it. I was just bored. I just thought I needed one. I've always thought like miniature computing would be fun, but then I realized I'm not that smart, so I'm like, oh, there we go. Doesn't turn on. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Oh, your boy's back. Raspberry Pi is a computer component company. They do circuit boards, etc. Yeah, but they have like a Raspberry is a computer component. Yeah, but there's a thing called Raspberry Pi. I think you mean BlackBerry phones. No, 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 no. There's called a Raspberry Pi. It's like a miniature computer, and people do all kinds of stuff. You can use it for like basic programming as a like. I was almost thinking about buying one and learning how to do like programming on it in order to simplify the circuitry, because I was like rebuilding my GS 1100G motorcycle, and I just bought the not the owner's manual but the technical manual, and I couldn't find the exact wiring schematic for it because it was an off kind of model that you would like rarely run into, and it was like 98% similar, but when you know nothing you want the exact thing, right? So I just wire by wire figured out how to rebuild the entire wiring system, like soldered it all together, and it's a little janky, let's be realistic, but I was like, I'm like, if I can use a Raspberry Pi and like hide it somewhere on the motorcycle, I could probably simplify a lot of like the wiring, because it'll just go through a circuit board, and I could like have it do this and this when I needed to, instead of so I bought a Raspberry Pi, and I was gonna like play around with it and stuff like that, but I couldn't get it to turn on. So, but luckily, like with this monitor, I also thought there was something wrong with it. Then I realized, I'm like, oh, it's on, but every time the screen turns on, it shuts it down. And I'm like, oh, it's not drawing enough power. So like in this case, at least there was some life, and I could like diagnose it. The Raspberry Pi that I bought had 0 life. So, and I bought like a cheapy one from eBay. So I'm like, probably like a scam. I don't know. Whatever. Neither here nor there, but no, Raspberry Pi is a very real thing. I'm sure there is a company called Raspberry Pi, but they also make. I didn't know there was a company. I just know that there's a Raspberry Pi, like these miniature computers that are like, you can use them to build robots. You can use them for just as a hobbyist. It's like it's a starter to intermediate to difficult, like kind of like a hobbyist for people who want to use it for stuff. It's a cool thing, but I never got into it. It was a little bit above my pay grade. I'm like, I didn't, never really put the time into it, but I'm highly impressed by people who do that. Seems Raspberry Pi have laptops. Just looked at EBAY. EBAY? Oh, eBay. Sorry. Oh my god. eBay. Oh my god. Seems Raspberry Pi have laptops. Do they? Yeah. I'm just interested in that little computing thing. Like I want that little brick, and I want to play with it. I'll play around. I want to learn how to do basic programming on it, and then eventually integrate it into my motorcycles in order to cut down on the amount of wires I need. I'm not even sure what it's used for. I'm just assuming that that's like one of the advantages of like having a computer on board of a motorcycle is you can cut down the amount of wires you need for all the signals. Um, but you have to know how to program. I was sort of thinking the other day, you know how you can have you need in order to have a vehicle on the road, you need to have it registered. Like the frame number is sort of what they're looking for in terms of like the license plate match and all that. And I was thinking like if I was like, let's say to build like like a golf cart, right? That's electric or something, and I weld in a part of the frame from like a motorcycle. Like how much can you modify a vehicle before it's something completely different? Like if you can cut up a frame and change the seat, put shocks differently, whatever, to make it like a cafe racer, for instance, out of an old motorcycle. That would be within the legal spectrum. But what would stop someone crazy of just cutting out a piece of the frame and welding it into a different vehicle and saying it's just that's what it is now? Like, because I mean, how much metal can you get rid of before it's a different entity, right? I don't know. I guess it's somewhat of a philosophical question. I had to write it as eBay because YouTube won't let you type certain brand. Oh, I see. No, it was separated. The columns were separated too. That threw me off. But yeah, no, I was like, it took me a minute to put all that together. They look like really cool mini laptops. You know, I've been watching videos of these dudes that use like Raspberry Pis and things of that nature to emulate old computers from the like early 80s computers. And this one dude, he like 3D printed the external of, like, you know how old yellow computers look, those like early Apples, and they have like a floppy disk insert, and you get like this tiny screen, and the keyboard is mounted to the same thing, and it's like this kind of a brick thing sitting on your. Well, anyway, people are like they got schematics that you could download and 3D print yourself the computer, and then you take apart a keyboard and insert the thing, and you gotta order the right stuff for it to fit, obviously, and you gotta 3D print stuff yourself. I'm sure you can like buy a kit or whatever if you want, but I don't have a 3D printer, so I would buy a kit. Not that I'm gonna do any of this, but I thought it was really, really, really cool. The guy built like this sort of a retro computer kind of a thing. Pretty cool. So they're remaking vintage computers. Yeah, not specific ones. They are sort of using a typical look, and but yeah, basically, yeah, it's a whole thing. Some people just buy old broken computers and then they like find out what resistor is bad and they test the motherboard and they they just kind of play it by ear in terms of like restoring old machines. They take the plastic and they like put it in some sort of a, I don't know, vinegar, I don't know, and like takes off some of the yellow and uh you know it's very cool if you're like into retro computing kind of a thing. No, no, no. Yeah, I'm saying like some people do restore computers, but some people use modern components to like they manifest a whole new computer out of. They 3D print the parts. They use like a Raspberry Pi, a modern screen, and they like build retro computers out of modern components. And some people do like restore computers, is what I'm saying. I think both are very cool. It just depends on how you want to go about it. I think it would be infinitely easier to build things out of components you know are working. You'd have to your level of technical experience. It seems like to me, like bringing back to life something would be just a lot more. You'd have to have all kinds of equipment to like A/B test everything to like see what chip is working, what resistors out, and solder that back together. I would opt out for just buying like a. Basically, there's a working computer inside of that computer simulating that computer, right? It's not. It's not really what it appears to be. Yeah, I've seen many restoration videos. They use some P thing like peroxide and put it under UV light. Yeah. Then the light makes a chemical reaction and whitens the shell. Yeah, I've seen this one dude. The American one. I've only seen like the American one I watch. I'm not really. I forget what the channel name is. I think it's like 8-bit something. I'm sure people have heard of it. It's like 8-bit something. And he just gives it a good clean, and then he does like he puts a tub outside, like a plastic tub with some sort of solution. He kind of gives it a couple, certain amount of hours or whatever, and then kind of checks on it. It's a whole process. Takes weeks to get through this stuff. If you're able to find those videos, could you put some in the Discord? I could. Ooh, you should check out. You know what else you should check out? That video I posted on Discord of that. Oh, there's a guy. I don't know if you've heard of the game called Kenshi, but it's like this roguelike. It's a hyper complicated. Like imagine if like Morrowind or Oblivion or what Skyrim, but everything is actually functioning. Like when the world starts, the complexity of the game is phenomenal. Like when the world starts, all like there are things like like people that are quest related that are set up for the campaign that could be killed off by other factions randomly, and that quest disappears, but you don't know about it. Like the world is actually moving. Kenshi, ooh, it's such a good game, bro. I never got into it because I'm like, I played it for about 50 hours, and I realized this game will take like it'll just suck up all of my life because it's such a like fantastical game, and there's so much to like explore in terms of like the nuances and figuring out this and that and the factions, and I'm like, I need to not play this game. Anyway, there's a guy developing a Kenshi Light kind of game, and he makes like very entertaining YouTube videos of his development process. It's the last one I posted on Yap Chat. Check it out, dude. Really good stuff. It's really funny. The way he explains his process is very funny. It's too immersive. Yeah, it's too good. I started off at like the beginning camp. I figured out how to buy a house. All I did was go and mine, and then I was stolen by raiders. They left me like in a desert somewhere, and like I was missing an arm. But then like I think like I got enslaved, and then from there I escaped that. They like let me go after a time, and like I was like missing an arm in the middle of a desert. That was like my Kenshi experience, and I'm like, this is really good. I think you can die like if you starve to death, but it's really hard to die. Usually things keep happening to you, and you can kind of like crawl your way out of that in time. Cause that's the issue. Is like as you get older, you realize you don't have that much. I mean, I have time, but I'm just choosing not to use it for that. But as far as like the game itself, it's absolutely phenomenal. It's sort of like this super hidden gem that like it sort of exists in certain circles, but yeah, Kenshi's like I appreciate sort of the YouTube content that's come out of it more so than the game itself. I'm like I can't play this game like that, you know, but is it in the gaming talks? No, it's in Yap Chat. The thing I posted, it's in Yap Chat. It's just in the main chat. That's where I throw all my YouTube videos that I want to share with people. just watched the video. So he's trying to make a game like Genshi. Oh, yeah, he's making his version of like that kind of a game. I'm gonna wishlist it on Steam as soon as it's available. I hope the guy the best looks like he's trying, and he animated the bow and arrow and sword maneuvers. Yes, yes. But if you go back to his like older videos, it's funny like where it started and where it is now. The game is actually kind of has like some advanced stuff going on. Like it doesn't seem like it now, but like it has like some quite a bit of intricacy to it. I wouldn't be able to stick with a project like that. It just seems like it's too much. So he enjoys programming. Some people love learning everything. Yes, he's definitely learning some pretty complicated systems. Very impressive stuff. Like I said, I'll definitely buy the game if he ever releases it on Steam. I'm gonna have to pull the trigger on that one just because I kind of want to support him on what he's doing. I think I'm gonna be able to hold this picture together. I don't think it's gonna fall apart. There was a minute there that I was like, man, this is getting complicated. There's a lot of complexity to it. I know a YouTuber who made his own comic book. He's not a professional, but he is good. He is getting his ideas actualized. Throw it into Yap chat. I'll check it out. Well, he's just shown a few images of it. He's asking people to buy it for $4, I think. Oh, okay. I thought it was like a video about his journey of like doing a comic book. Seems like a lot of work. Oh yeah. First transit, yo, my guy. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How's it going? Thank you. Thank you. It's good just hanging. Nice. I love the piece you're going. I'm getting Helldivers vibes. Yeah. Yeah, it does have that a little bit. I wanted the pillars to kind of feel a little bit more like it's sort of, kind of, not metaphorical, but maybe a little bit up for interpretation, like what this facility is. And it's clearly like lived in. It's got like sort of things chipping away, and there's these strange bugs. I kind of wanted like to create a vibe, but I wanted it to be like I wanted it to feel like a functional vibe and not a. I kind of like some of the like Geiger-esque stuff, but I want to not that this is like Geiger-esque, but I like to have it be less metaphorical than when I think of like other artists that do sort of that kind of art. I wanted to have a sense like this is a like grounded in base reality kind of a thing, like connected up like a little bit more. Actually, more War of the Worlds vibes with Tom Cruise. I remember that being a good movie. I haven't seen it in quite a while, but someone needs to find out what Tom Cruise is eating. Like, what's his diet? Because he's still out there doing his shenanigans. Like, I don't know how he has the energy. AGS Draw says, hey. Hey. Hey, right back at you. I just sent a little promo short, the screenshot of a sample image from his site. Oh, okay. Nice. How am I doing, or how's Slipknot fan doing? Both of you? I'm doing really good. I mean, I'm in my house drawing, so it's always a good time. Can't complain. Today seems to be a little 16 Celsius outside. That's interesting. It's actually kind of warm. Nice. I was wondering why the heat wasn't kicking on. And like, this is pretty. My house seems to be retaining the heat pretty well today, but it's actually warm outside, relatively speaking. Nice. I just hope this entire winter kind of is like that, where we never really hit those like really cold kind of days. I mean, maybe for like a month. I was looking at my records for my bills with my kilowatt usage for electric power, and I'm using way less power this year as opposed to last year. I'm not really sure what's going on, but like I don't know if it's there's less clouds, but my solar panels are doing the work this year. It's nice. But yeah, like I'm just using like 300 kilowatts a month. Like I'm drawing as well. Good. AGS has some solid art. Is this somebody that's in our Discord? I don't remember. Great Deadpool. I'd have to take a look. I don't remember if this is somebody that we have a connection with in terms of online. I was watching some Deadpool clips a few days ago. I'm not connected. Oh. Thanks, I really appreciate you taking a look at my drawings. Nice. I think they saw the videos I have uploaded on my channel. Oh, I see. Gotcha. That makes sense. Can I connect with you in Discord? Yeah, let me... I would need to give you the link, which is... One second. I would have to open this. I would have to open this. And then I would have to... invite people. Wait. Invite people. Okay, and then I gotta. I kind of separated my system into two different things, and now it's like a lot more difficult for me to send links because I'm. Yeah, you know what? I can't. Like, I just can't figure it out. Because my Discord is not on this computer; it's on the other computer. But I can't open YouTube chat on that computer. Well, I could, but it's like takes me a while. The part when Wade tries to create his superhero name, I can do it on. Twitch. I can only do it on Twitch. The part when Wade tries to create his superhero name, and he sees the word Deadpool on the wall. He looks at his friend and says, "Deadpool, Captain Deadpool." No, just Deadpool. Nice. Thank you for the follow, Skippy. Appreciate the follow. I need to get Discord migrated onto this computer and log into it so I can like give people the link to the invite. Just found your Instagram. Amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think my art is slowly getting there. Maybe, like I said, I need another 5 to 10 years of just daily drawing. Ciao and respect from Italy. Oh, I know a Ciao. We had a Riffy Rock. He would say Ciao. He hasn't been here for a minute, I don't think, but I know what that... doesn't it mean hello and goodbye in Italy? Ciao, say hi, hello, hi. But doesn't it also mean bye at the same... Like, it's one of those words you use with hello and goodbye. Italy seems pretty cool. See how pronounced ciao. Ciao. Is it really? C is pronounced like ch sometimes. Oh, in Italian? Nice. It's 2 a.m. here and I can't sleep, so I thought I would rather draw lol. That's always a good, it's always a good idea. I actually kind of woke up early and I didn't have enough sleep. And so I kind of sat in front of my computer and then I started to feel sleepy. So I just kind of like, I caught that moment, laid on the couch and fell back asleep. I'm like, oh, bro, this is so good. And I woke up a little, like, I don't like to sleep in like that. But if I'm like tired and I don't, you know what I mean? I'm just like, nah, dude, it's way better to be well rested. There's nothing better than like having a good night's sleep. Nothing feels as good. Nothing is. There's no amount of money that can buy that feeling where you're like, I don't know. So I guess some people just sleep fine. They're like good sleepers, but for people like me where it's like dicey, I just don't skip on sleep. If I can get it, I go get it. I hate being perpetually exhausted like that. It can drive you crazy. I really love those heavy afternoon naps, like you sleep for 1 to 2 hours, but it feels like you slept for 8 hours though. Yeah, I do like waking up and not knowing where I am, like, and what time. You know what I mean? Like when you really had a good nap and you forget like who you are for a second and you're just laying there. You just can't beat that feeling. See, I'm learning some Italian too now. Isn't that interesting? It sucks when you're. Well, when I say learn Italian, I mean like 2 words. It sucks when you're woken up by a call and you pick it up, but can't remember a single thing after coming back to your senses. Bro, I've had my phone on silent. I've had my phone on like do not disturb for like a couple of months. I don't know. Like every time it's usually like the only people that call me is like 2 people, and there's no any reason for anyone else to call me. And I just look at like who called me, and then I call them back when I'm ready. It's just start living. I think everyone should live, like strive to live in a way that would allow you to put your phone on do not disturb at all times. And that's kind of what I'm doing. Is like I'll call you back when I'm good and ready. It's been so wonderful. But yeah, I never get phone calls. I just see if the people called me. I call them back and I'm like, "What's up?" And it's so good. There's no reason for your phone to ever disturb me. You know what I mean? It's funny. My phone is basically a brick that I paid $35 a month for that I never use for anything, except once in a while. I guess it is useful as a GPS kind of a thing, and then, you know, social media, I guess. Checking on that kind of, but I only have one social media app installed. That's it. That's it. I keep my phone pretty clean. Not a lot on it. Let me come right back, guys. I'll be right back. Your boy's back. Oh yes, please. Yes, Slipknot fan. If you want to do this, if you want to do that for me, I just don't want to pull up YouTube. I'm not gonna be. I just don't. I can't. I just can't do it. Sorry. I'm tapping out. YouTube won't let me post a link, so I have to divide it. You're gonna make him like delete extra symbols out of there. If it's like, dude, this is like the most complicated link post ever. Yeah, I know there's like settings that I could like probably fix it. Ah, clever. That's clever. Yeah, divide it into two things. Man, you got some brain cells in there. I wouldn't have thought of that. I would have put extra characters in the link to like mess it up or something. I guess that still wouldn't work, right? I'd be like, take out the 3 ones in the beginning or something. I don't know. You guys are so smart. I just gave up. I'm like, whatever. I don't care. Like, he has to like reassemble the link like a Frankenstein into like some typing program, and then reassemble it. Nice. We take care of our people. We care about. That's how much effort I put into growing the communities. I'm like, yeah, you're making it one step too difficult. Sorry. Try again next time. YouTube won't even let me copy it. You can't Control C. You can't select Control C, Control V. Just write it. Yeah, write it. Grab a piece of paper, write it down on paper, then go to Google, type it in. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Trust me, once you get inside the Discord, it's way different. It's super cool in there. We got videos, we got different categories for memes. I'm very active in the meme one. Not so much in the book discussion one. I kind of like don't really go in there, but like the memes, I'm really big on that. They're work friendly memes too. I never get too spicy with the memes. I think I keep it pretty work friendly. I reassembled it. Nice. You're part of the brotherhood now. That's the. Oh my god, Slipknot fan. That should be how we give out the link to make sure they want to be in there. We should only give out the link in like that. If they're not willing to like write it down, reassemble it, decode it, and post it back, I'm there by the name writer. Oh, okay, we'll keep that in mind. Nice. That's how we should give out all links. Is make it technically challenging. Like, like there should be a technical challenge. That way, if they get in, if they're willing to jump through these hoops, it's like, you know they love it. I him there. You hear him in there? He's in there? I see him there? Okay. Mike, you can hear him in the Discord? Nice. I see him there? Nice. They gotta put the efforts into being there? Yeah. Look out your window, you'll see a carrier pigeon with clues. It's gonna have some papers for you to sign and some clues that you gotta go find and decipher. Like a Hogwarts letter? Yeah, yeah, basically. Like some kind of a side quest. Yeah. I think a lot of people they put too much emphasis on trying to grow the community, and it's kind of like, yeah, you can get those numbers up when you like shove it down people's throat, but why not do the opposite and kind of keep everyone at arm's reach, and if they want to jump through all the hoops, we'll let them in, but it's kind of like we're trying to build something meaningful here. We're not just trying to fill up the ranks to say that we have such and such number of people in there. It's special. And then, like, if they can't figure out how to reassemble the link, with YouTube and ChatGPT being available, then they just can't. They just can't be a part of the club, I guess. There are servers out there with thousands of members, but barely anyone is acting because they're not interested. Yeah, I was thinking we could have like a fake link to a fake Discord for people who like we don't want to offend them. Like we don't want to be I don't want to be live like telling someone's like you can't like I don't want you to be in there, right? So like for optics, we should have like a fake Discord that we send people into, like, and they just gotta like they're just like unknowingly banished, right? Digitally unknowingly banished. I think that's a good move, and it'll improve the optics, right? It's like, yeah, he lets everyone in there. Oh no no no! That idea just came to me. We'll implement that later, maybe as a joke. Would be funny to make a Discord naturalization quiz. Only those who get the answers immediately get access. Yeah, like a citizen test. Hmm. I remember I downloaded the U.S. naturalization test to brush up my knowledge to America. I didn't have to take that test because I was too young. I came here when I was 9. I auto citizened. My parents had to do it. But no, I got auto citizenship because I was young enough, and we were, going through the legal process of becoming citizens. So like, they didn't even bother. They just assumed, yeah, it was good to go. Big mistake, by the way. No, I'm just kidding. They should have been more suspicious. But I learned all the stuff in school. It's pretty easy. It's a pretty easy test. What was the like? Was it like, who was George Washington kind of like question, or like, is it like dumb simple, or is it like is it like 10 questions simple, or is it like they throw some hooks in there? That big mistake part was unexpected. They let me in, bro. President test. Nice. There's 100 questions. It doesn't seem too bad. Like, to become a citizen, like, that doesn't seem like that's. And let me guess, it was multiple. It was multiple choice. Some can be a little tricky. Like, you get to pick. Like, they show you a picture of Abraham Lincoln, and the one is wearing a hat, but it's not tall enough. And then the picture, like, A is like Abraham Lincoln, but B is Abraham Lincoln with the hat, and you gotta choose the right one. Like, it's all like trick questions. You're like, what? I don't know. They're both Abraham Lincoln. It's like, yeah, but which one's the real one? Hmm. Find the odd one out. Right. Which one's the imposter? I know 1776 is when the country was founded, legally speaking. I read a book about it. Well, I read half of the book about it. I know the French helped us in the Revolution, and then the Dutch. What was it? What was the John Quincy and his dad? Whoever, I forget his name. They went to Dutchlandia. Sorry, I forget the country where the Dutch live. And they try to secure a loan for the war effort with the promise that it would get paid off. Anyway, it gets complicated. There was a lot of moving parts in that war, but America managed to win, apparently, and good times, interesting times. There was like 20 options. No, like one question asked you to name two types of American Indian tribes. Whoa! Dre's Doodles, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. Wow. Dropping bits. Airstriking me with bits. Thank you. That's an airstrike I approve of. Thank you. Well, I don't know any, bro. I mean, I've heard of their names. Of course, nice to come here and see what's happening. Thank you, Dre's Doodles. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to make it good. I'm trying to make it good. It's moving forward very slowly. There's a lot of rendering as usual, but this one's actually kind of like a little bit more than usual. Sorry, but not sorry. Yeah, nice. Um, the 90s and earlier times were just wars and wars with gap of few decades. Hmm. Remembered a few. Yeah, Sioux, Apache. Apache is the only one that I kind of like. Navajo. Yeah, I've heard of that one. Comanche. Okay, yeah, I've heard of all four, but I none of them rang at the top of my head. Like, you know what I mean? Um, as a history major student, I learned about it. Um, brothers me like just the common man live. Bothers me like just the common man live. Like you're saying like let the common man live. Yeah. No, they were the Native Americans here. They were like really good warriors, like really good. And apparently they. I was under the impression that uh they got beat over and over again, but actually it was quite the opposite. They slowly lost ground. They actually won most battles in terms of like battle to battle kind of thing, but they just didn't have the they had better warriors. They didn't have the infinite numbers of like people and gunpowder supply. Like they just eventually kind of like were worn down. By the way, they were the what's interesting is they were the tallest average humans on Earth at that time. Like during like when America was still being settled, Native Americans back then, on average, were like the tallest humans. Uh, yeah. 117, name one. Ooh. Name one American Indian. Wait. 100. You're saying that's 117th question? Name one American Indian tribe in the United States. Apache? Blackfeet? Cherokee? That's a famous one. Uh, wait, you just have to name the one? I don't get it. You're saying that how would you not be able to name one? I guess if you like chose like something like Mohawk, right? Like if you chose the wrong one, but like half of them are right. Like you, if you choose randomly, you're gonna get it. Like, I know that Cherokee was a real one, right? And if I just have to choose one, like you have to be like super dumb to like get this one wrong. They narrowed it down to name me one tribe now, bro. Are they really lowering the standard that much? You can like that's crazy. Like you have like a 70. Most of them are like Navajo, Lakota. I think that's a real one. Like even if you passively know history, like you know you've heard of like four of these. Like if you know nothing, you know four of them. Sioux, that one. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to like know nothing to get this thing. You'd have to know like next to nothing about anything to like get that one wrong. They couldn't replace the numbers they lost while the invaders could. Yeah, like the thing is that that's exactly what happened. Is they were like they were super good at war. They just couldn't sustain the effort. Like they just slowly got. And I think like the land trade thing is like it wasn't necessarily getting pushed out like physically. They were just sometimes it was war, but sometimes it was like land deals, and they were just like kind of slowly getting kind of pushed back, kind of a thing. I hear eating sharks makes people tall during puberty. What the? But that may be a correlation, not a causation. I think if you look at the overall scope of tall people, when you look at the only correlation I found is from what I've heard, and this is kind of like related to the carnivore diet because it's directly correlated with it, is that if you look at the Native Americans that lived here, like they didn't have agriculture. So, right, what did they eat? They ate like animals, maybe some berries. They were essentially hunter gatherers. The Mongolians ate horse meat and drank horse blood. They were average height was 6'6" of Mongolians back when they were like invading Russia. I'm 6'2", by the way, so they were like 4 inches taller on average. Only meat, only blood. What's the other one? Right? There was another really big. Didn't know that. Yeah. They don't tell you that. Oh yeah, the way they date Europeans is like when Europeans became accustomed to agriculture, the brain and the size of Europeans on average became 11% smaller. So like, just eating red meat will for several generations will make a much bigger population. Um, and yeah, they just date him. They like know when Europeans went to agriculture because they became uh, just smaller and coughing up blood and all that. No wonder why Vikings are tall people. Yeah, exactly. It's. I'm not saying that there's not like an inclination between like, but if you look at like Native Americans now, and like they eat a modern American diet, they're like I don't remember. I don't think they're tall. Like every time I see them, they're like considerably shorter than like most white people. But like back then, they were like the tallest people. Descendants of Vikings, I mean, lol. Yeah. There's some people are still tall, but I do wonder, like in the countries where they do have tall people still. I wonder if they're like what's going on. I have to think that they're like eating a good diet. I'm not saying it's just related to that, but huge correlation that you see. When they find tribes, there was like a study, they found like tribes in the Amazon, and the ones that were carnivore had a 50% more grip strength compared to the tribes that were eating vegetable diet. So I would highly advise not. This is just me, whatever. Not medical advice. Nothing. This is all entertainment, whatever. But I'm just saying, don't. Lots of kids nowadays are shorter. See, I kind of feel like the opposite. Yeah, and I've seen like if you go to depends on where you live because like I live kind of rural. There's some people that are towering over me at 15 years old here. They're making like new kinds of children altogether. They're like really tall, but yeah, I do think like, you know, you just have to in California. Yeah, I would just look at what they eat. I guarantee if you are not consuming a species appropriate diet, you're gonna start becoming smaller from generation to generation. Huron tribe was in the last of the Mohicans. Nice. Like if you jump and hand a lot after a few generations, it will get taller. Like if you jump and like if you jump and hand a lot after a few generations. I mean, exercising would improve your grip strength. Right, but the tribes, like, if you're not putting the, there's in India, you would get some result from exercising, but the reason that that's a good isolating way to do it because the tribes in the Amazon are not exercising. They're both not exercising, right? Like we do, not that I do, but I'm saying they're just living their life. So, it would be a good sample because it's not like you have a culture of exercise and not exercise. They're living like kind of like the same life, but you get the average grip strength, and they're just ambiently way stronger. Well, that kind of tells you that diet is sort of way superior. This is how it works. There's 128 civic test questions. You get asked 20 of those questions. You must get at least 12 right to pass. Nice. Cool. It reminds me a lot of like the motorcycles, like to get a motorcycle license.
it was kind of like that too. It wasn't actually. I think the standards for that was. I think out of like the questions I had, you could get like 2 wrong out of like 20 or something like that. You could get 2 wrong, and then you had to do a field test. Exercise is more probably factor. I agree. Um, they hang and climb trees all day long, so that it exercise, and I guess that would be a major reason to improve grip strength, other than diet. Uh, sure, but they're both doing that, right? It's not like one tribe isn't doing that. Like they're comparing tribe to tribe, right? Cavemen were probably giant people compared to us. I would assume that they were. I would assume they were. Yeah. The other reason I kind of think we are supposed to eat meat is if you look at the human stomach, there is no. We're not like the gorilla has the fermentation pockets in its different chambers of its stomach to ferment grass. We don't have anything like that. Our stomach is just stomach tube, just like a lion or any other carnivorous animal. So I don't. That's kind of what I go by, and I'm like, yeah, it kind of makes sense that. Also, the acidity in the human stomach is like one of the higher ones, potentially to stave off if you eat some rotting meat to survive that. Cause, we have the higher acidity level in our stomach compared to other animals. I think the only comparable animal is like a vulture that eats like actual like rotting meat off of dead animals. There's like one other animal. Like our acidity level is like higher than a wolf. Like I mean, we can't eat raw vegetables and raw meat. We gotta cook them both to digest. Uh, I have to be very careful with what I say here because of like legal reasons. I don't want to because I don't want someone to misunderstand what I'm saying. You should not eat anything raw. However, you can't eat the reason we can eat vegetables is because of selective breeding. We've selectively bred out enough of the poisons because the way a vegetable protects itself is through poison. and animals that have hooves, and that's their defensive mechanism. You can eat raw meat if it doesn't have parasites and disease. You can eat a raw steak and survive. It's just dangerous to do. But if you kill a fresh animal, you could, in theory, eat it like a wolf eats raw meat. You can do it. It's just it's dangerous in terms of like disease. Vegetables, 98% of them will kill you right away. It's just the ones that we can consume have been over hundreds of years selectively bred to the point where we can tolerate them. So, but yeah, I would you cook meat for different reasons. As you're just trying to get the disease out, like in case it has parasites or disease, that's what you're trying to get rid of. But you can consume raw meat. The reason that's why I prefaced it with I have to be careful because someone's going to clip that and say that you should eat, or I'm saying that you like people should consume raw meat. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that if it doesn't have disease and it doesn't have parasites, it's totally fine to eat. Yeah, I just want to be very careful about how I say that because that's going to get clipped for sure. But I'm just saying. You mean in a survival situation if you didn't have any means to cook it? Yeah. But I'm saying like in a non-survival situation if that's and I'm not saying you should do this because you really don't you never know if the meat is contaminated. You should always cook it for that reason. But you're biologically you can eat raw meat. You're designed to eat, but we do it for safety and taste and stuff like that. Plants, on the other hand, you have to cook the shit out of them to get anything to get them to pacify the poison that's right. It's a arms race with vegetables with plants, biological like a chemical arms race in order to make themselves poison enough to not be eaten. But because we have control over them, we have selectively bred out the traits that would make them immediately kill us, like they did in the past, right? But they're still, I wouldn't, Eskimos eat raw meat. That's true. Yeah. Makes me wonder how often did humans really cook meat. I think they probably noticed that there was a difference at some point that just because of disease they probably just to pacify. I think they mostly dehydrated. I honestly I think for the most part in order to get meat to be like transportable, if you like just basically air dry it. There must have been many times they had to go raw. Yeah, I'm sure most of the times they went raw. I think they like either cooked it or like if it's a fresh kill, they probably risked a lot. and ate the meat, but then they would cook some of it and dry it. I think that most meat was probably like dried, and like that's how you would be able to transport that energy with you. You know what I mean? You're getting rid of a lot of the water, but you still have the nutrients with you. That's what I think happened for most of human history. Um, 17 viewers. What the? It's called a parfleche bag. The to carry like meat around. American Indians, particularly plains tribes, commonly use parfleche bags for carrying and storing dried meat and yeah, pemmicans. Those were containers made from tough, dried rawhide, typically bison hide. Yeah.
If you've been hoarding supplies, now's the time to share. Or don't. Whatever.
Hmm. Why are they called American Indians? Because I think Christopher Columbus thought he was in India. I think that was a big. That's like the big joke is that he thought he had sailed to India, and so they called them Indians. But turns out they were not Indian Indians, but the name kind of stuck. Or migrated Indians in those times. I think that's the thing is that like something like that. They had sailed to Americas thinking they were in a different place. That's the lore that I've been hearing my entire life. That's the I don't know if that's why or
Someone broke into the East Wing storage rooms. Not sure what's left. Check for yourself.
You gotta start charging these youngsters for the education. They, no, I actually prefer not to talk about the diet thing because I know it probably upsets some people. I hate when I go into it because I'm like, I don't need to talk about it. But I did look into it heavy, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm right about this because the correlation between historical data and bio data. I'm like, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to be eating that, but I'm gonna stop right there.
The blackout detector state has been installed.
Where are we at? Do you read books? I do read books. I try. Let me pull out this bad boy. Show you what I'm about. This is what I'm reading right now. It's a boy fantasy trash novel. I don't mean trash novel. It's kind of like, I just mean that it's not like high literature or anything, but just kind of something I'm going through right now. Some Gears of War lore, post-war. Of course, Marcus finds a way to fight the Locust again, but you know. Rise of Euphor or whatever. I can't say this word. How do you say this? Ephora? How do you say this word? Ephora? Sorry, I'm like, I don't know. I know I'm like saying it wrong, but anyway, this is like I think all video games. Like this is like after all the. They're literally rebuilding. This takes place after all the Gears of War games. As far as 3, I'm not sure about where 5 is in terms of like the overall whatever. I lost track, but I know this is after the three main campaigns. sounds like a version of Euphoria. I think it's Euphoria. I don't think it's Euphoria. Where is it? Euphoria. Maybe it is Euphoria. Euphoria. I'd have to hear him say it, because that's the thing, is that it's kind of like, that's kind of what I thought too. Euphoria. Epfura. No. I'd have to ask ChatGPT, I swear to God. Is it pronounced Epfira? Maybe. Maybe. The PH is F. Epfira. The PH could be an F, right? Pronounced. Maybe you're right. Epfira. Yeah, then maybe the Y is like an I or something. Epfira. EUPH is pronounced, but there's no U in there. Euphoric. It probably sounds similar to. I'm going with the PH is F, which you also have there, but I don't. Not sure, guys. That's why I hate these fancy names. Challenging. I'll have to ask someone that's like a super nerd, like a Gears of War nerd, who's like, "Oh, you've never heard of Euphoria." Where were you when Sintinto fell? Where were you during the Battle of Sephiria, or whatever? Anyway, doesn't really matter. But I would like to be able to know. Maybe Epfira probably. Epfira. I think it's like Epfira. I'm gonna go. I think that sounds like it should be like that. Epfira. Maybe the PH is F. I think Epfira. Yeah, Epfira probably. Rise of Epfira. Epfira Rising. I think you're right. I'm gonna say it's Epfira. Should I'm kind of debating on whether I should shade in these blocks here. I kind of like that they look like they're getting hit by the light right now, kind of. And I don't really want to make them too much darker. But not all books, by the way, not all books that I read are like that kind of book, like a sort of a video game novel based whatever. Sometimes it's history, but again, it's sparse. My reading is Ephira. E-F-I-Ra. F-E-Ra. Ephira. Oh! Ephira. Maybe. That does sound good. Ephira. Or Ephira. How many books said Ephira? Yeah, I think two possibilities. I think, like, we need to find, like, you know what I mean? We need to find someone, like, a little bit more neckbeardy type of person who, like, is, like, on Reddit talking about this. Like, they're gonna, like... We're not gonna figure this out. But, like I said, if anything, maybe a little white charcoal shade, but not much. This is not tone paper. This is not tone paper. We're back to just standard. This is just a cardstock paper. So there's no way to. I could take the eraser to some parts and like bring the white back out, but I can't highlight anything. Which I've been really enjoying drawing. It's just I think the reason this picture is taking such a long time too is because it what's the word? It has I have to build up the entire picture. Like I like the tone paper because you're kind of like working from the middle out, right? You're building up the light. You're kind of like doing the shadows, and you're kind of like in this middle area. This you gotta bring the whole picture out of the piece, and I'm like, this is like day 5. Like I've been on this piece for a minute now, and it's just like there's still stuff to draw, and I think it's the consequence of just drawing a full piece on a white piece of paper. It's just you end up just this looks super 3D. Thank you. I'm trying to make it super 3D. I kind of like this wall here being a little darker. It kind of separates, like there's definitely a thing here, and I kind of want to hit this up too. Part of it is the light is just shining too much. Is blowing out the between the camera adjusting itself. I wish there was a way to lock in the, because it has like in the same way. See, it's losing it. I'm like blocking out the light, but it's like losing information after a certain point. But one thing I don't like about this camera, there's no way to stop it from adjusting to light. Like you can manually control the zoom, which is nice because I don't need this camera to auto zoom because I set it and forget it, right? Because I'm drawing a static picture, so I don't need it to auto focus. But however, it does kind of like auto tune itself to the light, and which creates an issue of like it just blows out the certain details sometimes. And every time I close the exposure, it just loses information. But it keeps like control. It keeps trying to like show you more of the picture. The drawing gives an X-ray effect, really nice. Thank you. Thank you. X-ray effect. Nice. I bet you can guess what I think your longest pick was. I bet you can guess what I think your longest pick was. No, I can't. You gotta help me out. You gotta help me out, bro. I'm struggling. And this is the kind of rendering. I feel like this type of rendering, I've gotten so good at the brown shaded paper rendering that like I'm actually kind of struggling a little bit. Like I can just take more time and fix stuff, but like it is weird how like I'm sitting here and I feel like I can't make it as crisp as I want sometimes. There's been a little bit of a struggle towards conversion, but I'm gonna try. Like this paper still has some texture, some kind of, I'm not sure what's going on with this paper. I'm not sure where it came from. I just found it and I threw it in, but I'm gonna go buy cardstock or like printer paper and just give that a run, just to kind of see like what like printer paper is gonna be like on to draw, which I do really enjoy the non-textured paper. You're not fighting the paper, like especially with the way I like to draw. I don't really want to fight the paper the entire time because the texture kind of locks you into a certain like resolution. And you can sit there and scratch out your details all you want, but you're just kind of like fighting against the paper the entire time, which I just want to have the freedom to kind of sit here and render without really being hampered by that. It was a pick you kept adjusting a lot. Oh, bro, the one with the big guy. Yeah, and it was never ending. Yeah, not only did I hate that, like I kind of didn't even like it. I put so much effort into like getting a super mediocre picture. The one with the knight and like the big demon, the big demon guy. Yeah, I'm like, bro, I put so much effort into like it's so mediocre too. Like I kind of hated it. It did okay on Instagram, like it got some likes and stuff, but I was like, I just couldn't believe that like I put that much time into it, and like it didn't like really translate that much. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's like it's worth putting the extra little bit of time because it shows, and it did not show. Man, I hated that. Sometimes I wonder like how much the paper varies between batch to batch, because I swear to God, sometimes I'll be using the same paper, right? And then like same brand, same texture, same everything, typical like tone brown paper, and it just doesn't feel right. Like the way the pencil's laying down, the way the pencil just lays down on the paper, it just feels off, and I can't put my finger on like what's wrong with it. And I'm like, is it Is it the wrong? Is it the wrong? Oh, did you guys see that? He rejected me. Because the sketching paper, the graphite just sits on it and you can't erase it. Sketching paper, the graphite just sits on it and you can't erase it without creating a mess. Sketching paper. I can't think of like where I couldn't. You guys see that? The dog totally rejected me. I was like trying to give him a hand, like I was gonna pet him. He's standing by. Let me let him out. He's standing by the kitchen door. He wants to go out really quick. Oh, you know what I just realized? I was looking at my electric plan. I was looking at my bill, and it looks like my usage trajectory has been like way better than last year. And now, you know what I realized is my neighbor, she cut down the tree that's behind like my house. It's like it was on the property line, kind of. It was like our tree. And I really wanted it gone, but I didn't. I was gonna offer to like pay for half of the removal. It'd be like $200 for both of us. And anyway, one day I go out there and there's no tree. I'm like, oh, thank God, because what was happening is during like wintertime, like it's this time of year, the trajectory of the sun kind of changes and it like kind of goes behind that tree. And those last hours of the day, like I would lose all that sunlight hitting the solar panels. And I think I'm just making way more production, like kilowattage or whatever. Because that tree is fucking gone, dude. I love it. Now, the disadvantage is my house doesn't have any trees around, so it's like my house just gets beamed on. Just when it's hot, and it's like it takes an enormous amount of electricity to cool this place down. The Guardian Angel pick, well, yeah, that's the one. That one, like, it was worth it. Like, sometimes things just don't go your way. You know, when you're like drawing a piece. It's just Sufferland, and like it's kind of like I wish I had done something else with my life. But yeah, man, like I have solar panels, and it's just amazing how much more electric power you'll produce like over the course of the year. Like it's like 20%. You know what I mean? Like my last bill was like $15 because I still have to pay for the service to be hooked up. I can't, like, even if I overproduce to the point where I've like produced more than I use, I still have to pay for the like $15 a month. But other than that, I usually don't pay for the electricity until it's like deep into the winter when it's always dark and like the air is going. And because that motor blower is going all the time, it actually does cost some money in the winter. But that's usually, you know, like when I get up to 900 kilowatt per month usage, that's when the bill starts to hit. Until then, I don't really pay a whole lot. When I first like bought the system and paid them for it, I thought literally I started thinking I got scammed because it was during COVID, and like the companies were having a hard time with labor and like supplies weren't coming in. There was like a slew of issues. From the time I signed a contract, so like I gave him all the money, like as usual, and then like I was just sitting there waiting, and I started like just thinking, like, you know, month 6, 7, you're like, dude, I think I got scammed. Like, where is this company at? You know what I mean? It's like, but you know, they did it. I mean, they eventually did it. It's just that when you get, I think also because I didn't complain a lot. When you're like kind of like the not complaining guy, you need to be a squeaky wheel when it comes to that kind of stuff. And I just tend not to squeak a lot, and you end up getting, you know, you just get forgot about. Oh, and then I had to wait for the electric company to come and do the check, and there was like some fucking sticker missing, like some like this has been checked kind of sticker. And they're like, oh, we have to reschedule that. You have to have this sticker on this panel. I'm like, yo, like, yo. It's been 7 months, and it's still not on. But yeah, eventually they got it straightened out. But man, till then I was like tired of this. Sketching late night feels better than sketching in day. I feel that too. Yeah, day like I have the window open. It's all I do. I don't open my window. Flies will fly in. I don't do that. It's all dark other than my lamp, and the mildly cold breeze makes it perfect. Just read Gorilla is female. I just read Gorilla is female though. Thought it was a male. No, yeah, Grula or Grula, I think is pronounced. The Icelandic folklore troll that eats children is indeed a female. I didn't realize it was a troll. I drew it as a demon goat, and then I did a second iteration of more to the lore, the Viking lore. I didn't know Icelandians were descendants of Vikings. I didn't know who lived up there. I had no idea until I did some folklore research for somebody. But that's a great pick. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was very like I was kind of clutching my pearls a little bit around drawing breasts, because I was like, it kind of goes in like a demon wouldn't care that it's, but it is a female. I have to represent. I'm like, how do I show that it's a female without drawing female parts? But it's kind of very. It kind of. I didn't want it to come off as like vulgar, but I'm like, but a demon wouldn't care, right? Like it's a demon thing, like. But then, but whatever. But I was like sitting here, just like I'm like, I don't want to make a sexually vulgar kind of a statement, but it's just like, what do you do, right? I live on the 5th floor, so there are no flies here, bro. You're so lucky. I live on like the 1st floor with a basement. I have spiders and flies, just mice sometimes, bro. Hate it. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, like in Belarus, when I would go to my grandparents, I think they like lived kind of like in the same 5th or 6th floor, and I don't think they ever had flies. Or am I like I don't even remember really having flies on the 3rd floor of an apartment. Flies are really like kind of a house thing. They're relentless too. I hate them so much, bro. Like, especially when I'm streaming and a fly starts to, like, kind of... It picks a spot to be in, and you're, like, kind of sitting here, and it's, like, flying by, dude. It's so disgusting. And I'm, like, I can't, like, stop and go take care of it, really, right? Because it's, like... Little flies come from fruit also. Ooh, the other thing I found out, flies can settle in your kitchen and bathroom pipes, like your drains. So make sure you got those plugged up, because if you don't have proper, they can get in there, and then like there's just enough particles of food and water that they never like get flushed out, and you get like, if you keep having like flies kind of in the cold of winter, probably because they're in your, you gotta like really, or pour some acid down there, who knows. But like I bought some because I've been having some flies even now, and I feel like this is past fly season. They're making babies somewhere, and I'm gonna go. I bought a couple things to plug my drains and stuff. It's super disgusting, but uploaded a video of a fly disturbing. No, no, that was a wasp. That was a wasp. I mean, I don't think it was a true. It might have been like one of those like ant wasps. I don't know. Like when I looked at it, it didn't look like a wasp, but it definitely had like the features. It was just off a little bit, but it definitely, dude, it came at me, dude. It like came at me. I had no choice but self-defense. Like, I normally won't go after like if a spider is chilling in the corner somewhere, I normally don't go out of my way to like kill it. However, you know, there's boundaries, and once you cross a line, like it's. You know, bees and wasps can remember your face. IG. That one remembered you for some reason and came to settle the beef. It came and hit my eyelid, dude. I felt it like, cause I was, well, it was, maybe like from lawn mowing, it found its way inside, whatever, right? But it was, I saw it like here, and then like I swung at it, missed, and it hit my eyelid, and that's when I just like, you know what I mean? Then the game changed, and I'm like, this is getting settled here and now. And luckily it like landed on the lamp of all things, and it like made it super easy for me to kill it. But I know it was trying to kill me that day, and I was just, I'm like, nope. There's a gamer chick I watch, and she talked about her apartment having a flies issues. Yeah, that's the other thing. She just couldn't get rid of them for months. I think my kind of like fly issue came. Well, you know about my drain thing, right? Like my basement, like when the firefighters didn't turn off the fire hydrant and they flooded the. What I think happened is they flooded the. What do you call it? The sewer system. That came back into the house, and then I had like water issues in my basement for like a year. And like last year, I straight up had a fly infestation from that because there was just water sitting in my basement, and I couldn't get rid of it. We eventually like excavated the side yard and like took the pipes apart, but I think it's sort of like, I don't know, like the flies like remember it's a good spot, and they just hang out here now, like dirty teenagers with weed. They find like a good spot behind the abandoned factory, and now they're just hanging. Like that's the situation I'm in. Is it's like I fixed the issue, but they're just there with their fly weed just hanging out, and they're just here now because they just remember that being a good spot back in the day. That's my speculation. I don't know. There's a movie about a fly killing a person in an Indian movie, lol. Nice. Oh yeah, Slipknot fan. What did she do? What was the final? What was her decision? I almost said final solution. I'm like, holy shit! I need to like I need to change the language there. How does she get rid of them? I know in bars they use like this chemical that they spray the countertops with, and the flies can't stand it. And like bars are prone to flies, but they have like, I forget what it was. It's like formaldehyde. I forget like what it was, but it just they like hate it. There's a YouTube short about Tesla coil fly trap. It literally electrocutes them with a mini lightning bolt. Well, I have the outdoor lamp thing, and they fly towards it, and there's two, like negative and positive, when they hit it, it shocks them. But I don't know. Is that what she did? No, I'm saying like, what did she? Like, how did she get rid? I think she hired a pest spec. Oh yeah, well there you go. That'll do it. I'll have to ask her next time she streams. Alright, let me know. But mostly it's, the conditions are right for the situation, right? Like, it's mostly like you have water and you have humidity, and they love it. They just love it. I even moved my garbage can away from the house. Like, I did a bunch of things, and you know, I also think like, because like I have a sub pump now, and it pumps water into the backyard, and it just creates like a pseudo puddle. There's just moisture back there, and they just are breeding. It just creates like more flies outside my house, and they make their way in when I let the dog in and out. I currently have a wasp nest in my house, in my village, and I'm thinking of ways of getting rid of it. I had one inside my garage, and I just got the wasp spray. I identified the issue. I had the door ready, and like I just sprayed it, like I sprayed it, and like I ran out. And then I came back like 3 days later. I checked it, and then I've seen people kill wasps with gasoline. Yeah, I've always been kind of like, I just give it a good spray, and then like I run away. Then I come back a few days later. If there's still any evidence of them being alive, I give it a good. They don't tolerate that stuff. Like, once they know they're being like killed off like that, like they'll be gone pretty soon. Like, you don't even have to get the whole nest. You just give it a good spray. A couple of them drop dead. You're out of there. You come back the next day and see if there's, you know what I mean? See if there's survivors. Double tap, as they call it in the military. Right? And then you kind of like finish off that group. Run away, obviously you don't want to get stung, but Little flies come from fruit also. I feel like did I read that? Yeah, fruit will make baby flies like crazy, crazy baby fly infestation. If you leave like a peach you bit into, bro, later that afternoon there's like 5 of them just hanging out. I'm really happy with the way this picture is coming out. Like, there's still improvements to be made. I'm definitely gonna hit this up tomorrow too. It looks like I'm running out of time for today. There's a couple projects I'm working on in the background with Linux and stuff, but I think I'm gonna I think this probably needs another 3-4 hours. Just gonna clean things up, and but I am happy with how things have gone here. Overall, like, you know, well, I think I'm gonna stay on the white paper for a little bit too, just to kind of like switch things up a little bit. $19 viewers. What the? Nice. None of them better be insects either. Humans only. Sorry. Mammals only. I think it wouldn't hurt to like darken this. You know what? I like I said, when I started this picture, I was going for I was shading it with the mindset of trying to create that enveloped in fog effect, and I totally was failing. Are you ending the stream? Pretty soon here. I usually do about 5 hours nowadays, just because I got like some projects in the background. I used to do 7, but I feel like 5 is very sustainable. Like 35 hours a week. I'm like, with my lifestyle, I'm like, I can do that pretty easily and tend to my other things. It actually can maintain work outside of that, but like 7 every day was just like becoming too much of a grind. I'm like, whatever, it doesn't even like matter. The only good news I have is that the nuclear apocalypse only reaches will live. Wait, only good news I have is that in a nuclear apocalypse, only roaches will live. That's the good news. The bad, we won't be around. I kind of don't. I think there's enough mountains and things and people in bunkers that I kind of, even if we did have like a total nuclear like an exchange of rockets between the major countries, I kind of think we'd go down to like a maybe 20,000 people, but I don't think like you know, would be like done, but it would take, I don't know. It just, that's my perspective. I kind of feel like human survival, that's not gonna go away, but I do think like it's possible that we'll go down to like a few thousand people. even I think the human race won't be wiped out altogether. Yeah, I kind of highly doubt that. I also think like this is kind of like the more spiritual part of me, I guess. Like I kind of feel like the universe kind of has auto systems that kind of, you know, like I don't think, you know, nature has ways of like finding what, you know, I kind of think like maybe this is like a pro-human view or whatever, but I kind of think we kind of have a greater destiny long term. You know what I mean? I think we're definitely going to make it into like something like a Starship Troopers phase of like we're at least going to make it that far. I don't know. Has to be top tier subby. Has to be top tier subby. Yeah, only people that subscribe to Force will. That's another thing, is that subbing to this channel will increase your chances of living for sure. I approve of that message. Like, I definitely see like a Helldivers kind of a scenario for humanity in the future. Like, I think we're good. Like, honestly, I think we're good. Where are we at? 5:02. Well, guys, I'm gonna go feed the dog and feed myself again, but I will be back tomorrow. I think I'm gonna get this done tomorrow. This is gonna be. I just need to polish some things up, but overall, I'm liking the direction. I think that it was a good pick. You know, kind of exploring large structures. Although I think the perspective is kind of fucked up somewhere. I'm not like. Every time I look at it from far away, I don't know if it's the Pustules throwing me off, but I think there's something going on with the perspective that I kind of messed up somewhere. Although it didn't show in the sketch, but, you know, whatever. Anyway, we'll finish this up tomorrow. Bye, AGS Draws. Welcome to the Discord. I hope you enjoy that experience. And then thank you everyone else for the... Oh yeah, the bits. The bits were great. Thank you so much. Nara. Nice. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys. I'll be back tomorrow around 11-ish. Anyway, bye.